Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order the City of Palo Alto's council meeting for May 22nd, 2023. This meeting is called to order in honor of the Jewish American Heritage Month. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Vinker,
Here.
Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. So we're now moving on to special orders of the day. I just want to briefly speak about the format. We'll read the proclamation. The recipient will receive the proclamation and provide comments, if any. Then they're invited to the dais to take a photo with the whole council if they wish. And then we'll take comments from the public during the public comment period after agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And our first proclamation is for Mr. Thomas Fung Chu, and the Vice Mayor will read it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas the City of Palo Alto recognizes the contributions made by Thomas Fung Chu and Bayside Cannery to the history and development of our city, and whereas Thomas Fung Chu was a visionary businessman who was willing to take risks and take advantage of luck even in hard times, and his father, Sayen Chu, was the owner of the Pacc Canning Company, which canned tomatoes. And whereas Thomas Fung Chu arrived in America in 1897 at the age of 8 and stayed with relatives in Los Gatos, where he learned English and American ways. And whereas Bayside Cannery was located in Alviso, an ideal spot because of the waterway that connected the South Bay and the East Bay, and used the water and rail to ship produce by boat to San Francisco, Sacramento, and Stockton. And whereas Bayside Cannery had additional fruit canneries, including Sacramento, Iselton, and Mayfield and Palo Alto, where it packed apricots, pears, peaches, and fruit salad, employing Spanish and Portuguese-speaking workers, white workers, and many administrators and supervisors who were Chinese. And whereas Bayside Cannery had a fruit and asparagus sorter and was known for its high-quality produce, especially the Bayside label, and was the first to can green asparagus, making Thomas Fung Chu known as the Asparagus King. And whereas Thomas Fung Chu and Li Gum Ching were married in 1907 and completed their family of 7 children, who were raised on the premises and attended an elementary and high school started by Thomas Fung Chu. And whereas Thomas Fung Chu's legacy continued through his children, who inherited the land he placed in their name every 2 years and continued to run the cannery until demand dropped during the Great Depression. And whereas Thomas Fung Chu passed away on February 25th, 1931, leaving behind a legacy of innovation and hard work, and was honored with a funeral procession of over 25,000 people in San Francisco's Chinatown and state officials. Therefore, be it resolved, the City of Palo Alto honors Thomas Fung Chu, a visionary businessman and a man of the times whose hard work and innovative ways and whose Bayside Cannery played an important role in the history and development of our City of Palo Alto. Now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of Palo Alto, further encourage the community to learn more about the history of Thomas Fung Chu and Bayside Cannery, and to appreciate the contributions made by Chinese immigrants to the development of Palo Alto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our next proclamation is for Mr. Birch Clark, and Councilmember Vinker will read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. This is a proclamation celebrating the 100th anniversary of the founding of Birch Clark's architectural practice. Whereas in 1922, Birch Clark established his architectural practice in Palo Alto, marking the beginning of a career that lasted over 50 years and profoundly influenced the architecture of Palo Alto. And whereas Birch Clark designed hundreds of buildings in Palo Alto and Stanford, including many prominent public buildings and 3 buildings that are now on the National Register of Historic Places. And whereas Birch Clark taught architecture for over 2 decades at Stanford University and was elected to fellowship in the American Institute of Architects. And whereas Birch Clark made significant contributions to the preservation of Palo Alto's architectural history as an inaugural member of the Historic Resources Board. And whereas Burge Clark's designs and the legacy of his work are an enduring and significant part of Palo Alto's architectural heritage, now therefore, on behalf of Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, and of the entire City Council, I do hereby recognize Burge Clark's contribution to Palo Alto's architectural history on the 100th anniversary of the founding of his architectural practice.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. And now I'd like to invite Palo Alto's Chief Planning Official, Amy French, to provide comments.
Hello. So here today are two of Burge Clark's son, Dean Clark, Burge Clark, and their partners. And we have two members of the Historic Resources Board here as well. And also Bo Crane, who is with the Palo Alto Stanford Heritage, Stanford and PALHA as well. So, and he has this book with a picture of Burge Clark. I think you all have a copy. So nice book here. So we're honored to be able to have this proclamation today for Burge Clark with all he's done for Palo Alto. So picture.
Would any members of the family, would they want to say anything?
Oh,
Or
would you like to
or
say?
if no comments, that's fine, then we can come up and take a photo. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Come here. To the microphone.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
Well, my name happens to be Burge Clark, but I'm not really a junior. But this is truly a very, very great honor that the city has endowed upon my father, who obviously has contributed quite a lot to this city. And I have met many people that either were working here or grew up here or whatnot. And you mentioned Burge Clark, and they certainly have heard that name and know all about what he's done. So thank you so much. This is a very, very nice honor that you gave him.
And I want to echo that and repeat it also. We have a third brother, Malcolm, who could not be here. In fact, he's the one that alerted the two of us to the fact that you were issuing this proclamation. So again, I want to thank you very much for the honor you bestowed upon our father.
Thank you. Well, he's has so much amazing architecture and buildings here in Palo Alto. So we thank him as well. And thank you for being here. Would you like to come up? And I'd like to invite you to take a picture with us, if that's all right. Yeah, thank you.
Can you go up and I'll take a picture?
Okay.
You go that way. Keep going. Paparazzi time.
The family is all welcome to come up. Would you like to come up too?
Good job, Bruce.
Okay, we can move to our next agenda item, which is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no changes this evening.
Very good, thank you. And now we can go to public comments on items that's not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand or put in a speaker card. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Terry Holzmer, followed by Amy Ashton.
Honorable City Council members, I just wanted to speak for a few minutes tonight to you to thank each one of you for a long overdue proclamation and recognition for a person that was not only instrumental in his career, but truly should be recognized for the accomplishments that are just as significant as those of Stephen Jobs or David Packard's. As a school teacher myself and an avid follower of Palo Alto history, it's unfortunate that so few people in our community realize or know of the history in our region of Thomas Foon. So many people know that this is a region of silicon wafers and iPhones, but they don't know that the early 20th century, this region was known as one of the most fertile and excellent fruit and vegetable growing areas in the entire world. Fortunately, for all of us, I think, Thomas Foon Chu stepped into that world. Thomas Foon, as he liked to be called, not Chu, Thomas Foon, was only 10 years old in 1897 when he immigrated from China to California. As most of you probably know, this was not a very accepting time for Chinese immigrants, thanks due to the federal laws like the Chinese Exclusion Acts and the massive discrimination of Chinese that they faced throughout the state of California. However, with a large degree of integrity, perseverance, determination, and a drive to succeed, Thomas Foon took his father's very small cannery operation and built it into the third largest cannery in the entire world. Before his sudden death in 1931, he was recognized throughout the industry as a leader. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that he was known for treating all of his workers fairly and justly. It didn't matter what you did in his cannery, he treated you the same. One of the things that he did uniquely is that he provided housing and lunches to his workers free of charge. He was also credited, of course, with one of the first people to develop a process to commercially can asparagus, which in those days was very important because the only way that asparagus could be moved around the world was in cans. I appreciate the efforts that the city is making to recognize the importance of Thomas Foon, his cannery, and the legacy of triumph over discrimination, of obstacles over determination. That's what Thomas Foon stood for. And I appreciate all of you in recognizing him. But I also appreciate that we do recognize his accomplishments and all the things that he did for our city. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Ashton, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, Honorable City Council. I'm Amy Ashton, and I'm Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about two of our favorite council priorities for 2023. You can imagine climate and housing. It seems like in the US, we are at long last grasping the notion, and I'm crediting President Obama here, if something makes climate change worse, then we shouldn't do it. But that paradigm makes it hard to know when to say yes to something. According to UC Berkeley scientists, building higher density infill housing is one of the top 3 ways we can reduce Bay Area pollution and emissions. Pair that with the loss of over 1 million acres of California open space in the last 20 years due to sprawl, and you have an even stronger case for infill housing. To that end, I wanted to personally invite you all to an event we're hosting at the Hub at Stratford Research Park on June 15th at 6 p.m. We have Nature Conservancy, Green Foothills, Greenbelt Alliance, all joining us to talk about how they've made anti-sprawl and infill development policies a core part of their missions, because they are inextricably linked to open space preservation and Bay Area emissions reductions. The event is co-sponsored by 350 SV Palo Alto, and several members of that team are on Zoom. I'm supposed to shout out, hey, you guys. Other sponsors include Actera, Menlo Spark, Sustainable Silicon Valley, and the League of Women Voters. I will follow up with an exciting email to all of you with the event details. And just to quote Bill McKibben, this is a night of like my dreams when I'm quoting Obama and Bill McKibben in one speech here. In his recent Mother Jones article entitled "Yes in Our Backyards," he details his long personal journey in embracing infill housing. He notes saying no is relatively simple and sometimes right, but we live in a moment when our future and the future of everyone and everything depends on sometimes learning to offer a resounding yes. So thank you for your time. We're looking forward to the event, and we hope some of you can come, and we'll see you there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James, followed by Casey Hederly.
Yeah, I really enjoyed learning more about Burge Clark and Thomas Foon. And Thomas Foon is obviously a very inspirational figure. So thank you all for doing that. Just like during Black History Month, you brought some of the folks that are not as well known to the community as they should be. So that's a tradition I hope that you will continue with, bringing extraordinary people and honoring them. So I don't know if you all know, but the new public safety building has been renamed. It's now going to be called Shakata's Boondoggle. And I'll read a short letter to the editor in today's paper, May 22nd, by somebody named Robert Cardelli, Palo Alto. Police station overrun. It's ridiculous. The taxpayers have to pay another $680,000 to repair mistakes on the Palo Alto police station made by the architect and contractor. That should be their responsibility to cover the charge. I say amen to that. And why did 5 council members vote to approve that with no public access to their reasoning? Disgusting. Yeah, I would agree with the gentleman that wrote that. I just want to point out, though, also that I have great thanks to Greg Tanaka. He was the only council member, and there's, obviously we have 3 new council members that weren't on, but Greg said no to that monument of failure of the criminal injustice system. 118 million in county. Can you imagine what other things we could have done? And Greg Tanaka was firm in saying no to that boondoggle. But now Shikata's the top guy in the city. It's on his beat. The buck goes no further than Shikata. So we're going to, and like I said, it's now called Shikata's Boondoggle. I just wanted to say, I'm going to probably, as much as it's difficult for me to find, I can't get Mark Berman to talk with me. Mark, shut the fuck up, Berman, and we all know where that came from. But it looks like I'm going to be voting for him because I'm going to be honest with you. Lydia Ku attacked an organization that I belong to, an institution in this country, the NAACP. Now she wants to imprison more people for longer times. I read, the account. I was in Buffalo for a week, so we'll talk about that. I went up on the 1-year anniversary while I was there with my wife, who hadn't visited her family there in 40 years. the Topps Memorial. But I'll talk about that later. But Lydia, you can't incarcerate your way out of this situation that we have in this country. We have 2 million people in our prisons, and the little secret is that 600,000 people come out every year and they're not rehabilitated.
You
Is that
are over your time. Thank you.
okay? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Our next speaker is Casey Hederly, followed by Annie Yang.
Hello, I believe I have a presentation.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Casey Hederly, and I'm an intern with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm here to help you get to know our local birds. Next slide, please. Meet the killdeer. Killdeer are shorebirds, but also frequently live in dry habitats. As migratory birds, they spend their winters in the south and their spring and summers further north. They nest in the early spring and nest year-round in Mexico and the Caribbean. Killdeer employ a unique and extremely effective strategy known as the broken wing display to protect their nests. As you can see in the image on the far right, the killdeer parent will fan out their tail, outstretch one wing, and limp away from the nest when they spot a predator, pretending to be an easy meal. Once the threat has moved far enough from the nest, they drop the ruse and fly off. Next slide, please. This map from eBird shows the annual migration of killdeer. Looking at the indicator on the right, you can see that they spend their winters in the south and tend to congregate more densely near the coast and the Mississippi River. Starting in their spring nesting season, killdeer move north and spread out into the central portion of the US and Canada. Note the year-round populations that remain in the California Central Valley, the western coast of the Gulf of Mexico, and along the Mississippi River, as well as throughout Mexico and the Caribbean. Next slide, please. Why do we want to talk about killdeer? These birds can help us deal with pest insects and are particularly threatened by feral and domestic cats. Due to their insect-heavy diet, killdeer can actually help with pest control in both agricultural and more urban areas. They feed on typical crop pests like locusts, as well as insects that spread disease to animals and people, like mosquitoes and ticks. Since killdeer forage and nest on the ground, they're easy prey for cats. As you can see in the images on the right, killdeer nests are hardly protected at all, forcing the eggs and the chicks to rely solely on camouflage and their parents' tricks to keep them safe. Growing populations of free-roaming cats could have a disastrous effect on killdeer populations, especially if people continue to support and implement methods like trap, neuter, release that involve turning more and more cats loose into the environment. Let's do what we can to protect killdeer by putting a stop to the release of feral cats in our city. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed learning about one of our bird residents.
Our final speaker is, Annie Yang is our next speaker, and it looks like Susan Chamberlain has lowered her hand. One moment.
I have some slides as well. It might be under Ronnie Fisher, who sent them in. Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Annie Yang, and I am the chair of the Environmental Action Committee of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'd like to introduce you to one of our furry creatures as part of our wildlife series, the black-tailed jackrabbit. Next slide, please. The black-tailed jackrabbit is a key part of our Baylands ecosystem. They are common here year-round and can be distinguished by their large ears and the black tips of the ears and tails. Black-tailed jackrabbits breed during most of the year, with their breeding season extending from late January to August in California. So we're right in the middle of that. Their young are precocial, meaning that they're born fully furred and can move independently within a few hours of being born. Mother black-tailed jackrabbits don't make nests and only nurse their children for 2 to 3 days before the babies become fully independent. Although the word rabbit is in their name, black-tailed jackrabbits are actually hares and therefore have longer ears and hind legs than actual rabbits. Their massive ears serve two important purposes. One is to improve their hearing sensitivity, and the other is to help them keep cool in the hot, dry climates that they prefer. And if you look closely, you can see many of the blood vessels that circulate the hot blood through their ears, where it can be quickly cooled outside the insulation of their body and thicker fur. Next slide, please. So why do we want to talk about black-tailed jackrabbits? Well, despite being common here, they are actually endangered in Washington state and are threatened by increasing habitat destruction and introduced predators. In Washington, black-tailed jackrabbits are losing habitat connectivity due to increased development. Their populations have decreased significantly as jackrabbits are killed by cars, farmers, and the free-roaming cats that they bring with them. Cats actually don't prefer to consume rabbits, but that doesn't stop them from hunting and killing them for the sake of entertainment. Young black-tailed jackrabbits are especially threatened by cat attacks due to their smaller size. Although black-tailed jackrabbits are generally pretty capable of adapting to changing environments, wildfires can actually make their habitat practically unlivable for them. Jackrabbits rely on foliage for food and shelter, so when a wildfire comes along and destroys it, they are forced to find these vital resources somewhere else. With rising global temperatures and increasing occurrence of devastating wildfires, black-tailed jackrabbits could be facing a rapid loss of habitat in the future. These jackrabbits play an important role in balancing the Baylands ecosystem. Not only do they keep invasive plants and native foliage in check, they also serve as a major food source for their natural predators, including red-tailed hawks, northern harriers, and various owls and snakes. The increase in human development, wildfires, and free-roaming cats spell trouble for black-tailed jackrabbits. We can make a difference by doing our part to prevent wildfires and to stop cats from being released into the Baylands and into our city.
Unfortunately, you are over your
I hope
time.
you enjoyed learning about one of our wild residents.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Our next item is closed session. We have two that we're going to be taking, public employee appointment, and then afterward it would be a conference with labor negotiators. Is there any public comments?
No, yes, we do have one hand raised. One moment. Our first speaker is Aram James.
Okay, I think I may have this wrong. I wanted to speak about the closed session regarding the lawsuit against the city of Palo Alto by Yes in Our Backyard folks. Is that later? Because I don't want to talk out of turn. Is that a closed session that's taking place later this evening?
Yes, that closed session is being heard this evening, approximately 9:25.
Okay, I won't, okay, I hope to see you then.
Thank you. No other requests to speak.
Thank you. With that, I'll take a motion to go into our closed session.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Madam Clerk, if you'd like to take the vote.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries.
Very good. Then now we're going to go into closed session and we'll be back. approximately at 7:35. Thank you. Okay, 7:35 PM. We're returning from our closed session, and there's nothing to report out. And we'll move on to our next item, which is study session. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's council member questions, comments, and announcements. Anyone with the announcement question? I don't see any lights. So we will move to our study session, which is our fiscal year 2024 proposed operating and capital budget, finance committee's update, and council budget discussion. Ms. Nosey?
Yes, thank you, City Council. Kylie Nose, Assistant City Manager. And if I can ask the clerk to right on schedule, pull up the PowerPoint. We will shortly be joined by Paul Harper and Jesse Deschamps, our budget managers, who will go through the bulk of this presentation. And while they're on their way, I'll just tee this up to help orient the council on what's before you this evening, and then ultimately the next steps forward. So obviously, we've got this study session before you where you have both the Finance Committee members and a readout as to where the Finance Committee members are at in the budget process, so we can get and sync with the full council on where we're at in the budget process, have feedback between the Finance Committee members and the full council to help inform the next steps. It's important to note that the next time that this is before council, ultimately it will be with a recommendation from the Finance Committee for your adoption. So that is the formal adoption in alignment with our charter and the requirement that we have a approved budget before the new fiscal year. So with that, next slide, please. Great. So this kind of goes over what we just identified, and you have a large document, about 40 pages, I think, including the PowerPoint that staff has put together this evening. And really what that document does is it's a supplemental to the proposed documents that you all received back at the end of April, beginning of May. And it summarizes all the work that the committee has done after 2 full-day meetings, made tentative motions on potentially what they are going to recommend to the council for budget adoption, and provides additional information on kind of the formal actions that the committee has made. In addition, staff has included in there some recommendations, including looking at scaling back in the level of funding, as well as support needs should the council choose to proceed at the recommended funding levels. Next slide, please. All right, so here's a visual of that timeline. So you can see the blue star where we are tonight, the study session between the Finance Committee and the City Council. Next, this same memo will actually help support the Finance Committee's dialogue this coming Tuesday. That's part of the budget wrap-up. So at that budget wrap-up meeting, the Finance Committee will take into consideration the actions and the comments and the feedback of the council this evening into their formal recommendation for budget adoption. And then you'll see on June 19th, the budget adoption. Okay, next slide. All right, throughout the process, throughout the 2 days, staff does present more material to the Finance Committee to help them in their decision-making process. Most of it is just informational, and so we have a summary here of that information that we provided for some assistance as we move through the process. Some of that has been helpful, I think, to inform the decisions thus far, and obviously is at reference for the full council if you would like. All of this is posted to the city's budget webpage. Next slide. All right, and with that, I will actually turn this over to Jesse Deschamps, Budget Manager, who will go over kind of where we left off with the Finance Committee. Jesse?
Thank you and good evening. Here we have an overview of the tentative adjustments recommended by the Finance Committee. The table on the... Better? Okay. The table on the left reflects general fund sources, beginning with a balance for the City Council Priorities Reserve at 2.25 million. Additional adjustments increase this balance to 9 million and include the Measure K housing and homeless services funding. This is recognized to the extent there's a qualifying proposal. Also included is fiscal year 23 tax surplus and vacancy savings, which we'll discuss a little bit more in the next slide. Also use of home key operating. Also included to increase the gas equity transfer from 15 to 18% beginning in fiscal year 25. The table on the right reflects proposals recommended by the Finance Committee. Most of these items relate to City Council priority proposals, which were presented in the budget transmittal letter and are included in attachment A of the staff report. These proposals are referred to as Tier 2 items and identified with T2 at the beginning of the title. Overall, 7.8 million is recommended in fiscal year 24, with 4.3 million ongoing. Lastly, as noted in blue, staff recommends additional support to administer these investments at a total cost of $837,000. Next slide, please. Okay, the next two slides review the proposed savings for fiscal year 23. Overall, a surplus of up to 9 million in major tax revenues is expected through year end. In prior years, unallocated surplus revenues have typically been transferred to the city's pension trust and capital improvement program as one-time contributions. The proposed budget assumes nearly 75% of the excess surplus, or approximately receipts of 147 million. Tentative recommendations recognize the full 150 million, which is 2.5 million above the levels assumed in the proposed budget. Next slide. Total vacancies citywide are 14% or 143 full-time staff. In the general fund, the vacancy rate is 8.3%. This number excludes public safety since these positions typically don't result in savings due to backfill and overtime. The difference between the actual vacancy rate of 8.3% and the 3% rate assumed in the budget is due to the practice to use vacancy savings for other purposes. Other typical uses for vacancy savings are outlined on the right-hand side of the slide and include alternative staffing strategies, new labor terms for agreements out of cycle, and one-time contributions towards long-term liabilities. Overall, staff estimates 1 to 2 million in projected savings, of which 1.5 million is recognized by the Finance Committee. And I will turn it over to Paul Harper to finish the presentation.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, a number of items were added as part of the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget to invest in city services and align with the council's 2023 priorities. A few of these items include psychiatric emergency response team clinicians or PERT clinicians, traffic enforcement staffing, continued reopening of the city's library branches, code enforcement staffing, capital investments in the water quality control plant, and support of the citywide electrification plan and fiber to the premises project. In the general fund, the proposed budget recommends to add about $6.6 million in services with 16 full-time staff to support that. The tentative recommendations from the Finance Committee would add another 5.6 million in services and approximately 8 full-time positions for a total of about $12 million in 24 positions in 2024. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the revised budget balancing strategy for 2024 through 2026. I'm going to walk through the slide a little bit more in detail so everyone can understand where we currently are with the general fund balancing strategy. So the green boxes show sources and uses of funding. The blue boxes show use of reserves to fund forecasted deficits, and the gray boxes show the ending reserve balances in each year. Starting at the top, the first two rows were part of the proposed budget and show the annual deficit of revenue versus expenses and the funding set aside for the council priorities reserve. The next two rows are new as of the budget hearings with the Finance Committee and show the net impact of the tentative recommendations in the first line and the staff recommended administrative support needed if these items are approved in the next line. The last green row was also part of the proposed budget and shows the amount of funding needed to bring the BSR or Budget Stabilization Reserve up to the recommended 20% level in fiscal year 2025 at the expenditure level that was estimated in the proposed budget. The blue line below that, the use of reserves row, combines the funding from the uncertainty reserve and the development services reserve to balance the general fund in 2024 and 2025. Just to note, only $1 million from the Development Services or DSD reserve is being used in fiscal year 24 for eligible expenses, and the uncertainty reserve is fully expended in fiscal year 2025. Excuse me. The proposed deficit surplus row shows the amount remaining each year after all the adjustments above. In 2024, there's still a small surplus of $400,000. But fiscal year 2025 has a deficit of 1.2 million and 2026 has a deficit of 7.3 million. These amounts include the 800,000 for administrative support services mentioned earlier, and the 2026 amount has been revised additionally from the 8.8 million deficit that was included in the staff report. This is to account for an error for double counting the 2.3 million in council priority spending in 2026. So that's why there's a revised note on that one. Looking at the ending reserves balance, since the overall expenses have increased, the amount of funding needed for the 20% BSR has also increased each year. However, since no additional funding was recommended to be put into the BSR, it is slightly below that 20% level in both 24 and 25, about 600,000 and 2.8 million respectively. For demonstration purposes, the BSR has been used on a one-time basis to fund the full deficit in 2026, which would bring the BSR down to about 16.6% of budgeted expenses for that year. Lastly, the balancing strategy does not take into account any additional spending needs, including parking lot items, any budget needs in 2025, future labor negotiations currently scheduled for fiscal year 2026, or known unknown projects that were listed as part of the proposed budget. Next slide, please. This slide is showing what is known as the parking lot from the Finance Committee hearings. These are items that were discussed by the Finance Committee as potential adjustments to the 2024 budget, but ultimately they were not recommended as tentative adjustments and left in the parking lot for further discussion with the council to determine if any should be included. Next slide. Excuse me. This slide is a preview of potential referrals to staff that the Finance Committee may forward to council as part of their final recommendation for budget adoption. No discussion is really necessary for these items this evening. This was here just for kind of preview for you guys to take a look at. Next slide. So to recap, there are several key pieces of information from the Finance Committee hearings for council discussion this evening. Reviewing and evaluating the increased funding sources and expenses tentatively approved by the Finance Committee, reviewing the parking lot items to determine if any should be recommended to be included in the fiscal year 24 budget, and evaluating the staff recommendations to reduce the budget adjustments back to the council priority reserve level of 2.25 million, and the need for administrative support in alignment with these budget changes. Ultimately, council will provide guidance to the Finance Committee for their final review of the budget on May 30th and recommendation of the fiscal year 2024 budget for adoption by the council on June 19th. While reviewing items, staff recommends a consensus-based approach to determine which adjustments should be considered by the Finance Committee in their review on May 30th. And this concludes staff's presentation. I'll turn it back to Kylie for any final remarks.
Sure, and I just wanted to recognize council that we do have most of our ELT on Zoom to help support this meeting. We also have City Manager Shikata, who I think has a few words.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Jose. Mayor and Council, just wanted to note, and I think this was covered to a certain extent in the presentation, but maybe just to put a finer point on it, that with the additional expenses that are preliminarily recommended by the Finance Committee, we really have reached the point that organizationally we are uncertain in our ability to execute on these additional priorities. The Tier 2 proposals, as they had been presented to the Finance Committee, reflected an assumed level of expenditure of about $2.25 million. So with the additional expenses, we have had additional discussions among departments. And again, just want to note for the council's awareness that we do think we've reached the tipping point in organizationally our ability to execute on these additional priorities over the course of this fiscal year. So I suspect that will generate some additional discussion, but why don't I just leave it at that for the time being. Thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the Finance Committee. If the chair has any additional comments, please.
Sure, thank you. So as staff noted, we had 2 days of, I think, really in-depth and thoughtful and productive discussions. And so out of that, the Finance Committee has a set of unanimous recommendations, but they're tentative recommendations. Only when we, after this meeting, and then we have the subsequent Finance Committee follow-up, and then this would come back to the full council for approval, would these recommendations be finalized. So we're really seeking to both hear the feedback from the council on the directions that we are recommending, and either in whole or in part, getting support from the council, and then get a sense of the majority consensus. And so we may not have unanimity, but we want to hear from all the council, and we want to have a sense of the majority. And if there are specific directions that the council wants to make, is it in order that the council would be taking votes tonight? I don't recall on that. Can staff clarify that?
Sure. Staff had proposed as part of this process that obviously the committee members listening to the full council would look at general consensus. If the committee would prefer, and at the mayor and vice mayor's pleasure, you can do straw polls to help you move through some of the areas that may be less clear.
Okay, great. That helps. And then, so first, I think that the committee felt that the staff recommendations on revenue projections were really appropriate and prudent. There's always uncertainty. In FY22 and FY23, there was quite a bit of difference between anticipations and outcomes versus what was projected. But I think this year, we felt that those revenue projections were well-founded. There's uncertainty on the upside and the downside, but I don't think they're overly pessimistic. And we have uncertainties going forward. And then we did come forward with this difference between what staff had initially provided as prospective council discretion on the portion of Tier 2 that could be funded. And we came with a series of reasons that we think that we have more latitude than was proposed by staff. And the city manager noted that we have two issues. We have whether we have the funds available to do the specific projects in Tier 2 or whatever portion of those projects. And then we have the issue of staff capacity. If we did the totality of those recommendations, we'd be looking at budget in the general fund beyond what was proposed. So when we think about staff capacity, that's the incremental increase in expenditures that would occur versus what staff had originally proposed compared to what the Finance Committee wants to get feedback on from the council as a whole. And so those differences on the funds available, which are a combination of revenue and expenses, are outlined on, you could see it on the top of slide number 5, but they're whether we have 750,000 from the first portion of Measure K, the business tax, that would be able to be used for homeless and housing projects. Whether we have, whether we utilize, the staff has projected just under 9 million in major tax revenues exceeding what was the original, or excuse me, exceeding the mid-year budget, well exceeding what was the adopted of 135 million. And then we're now mid-year, we raised that to 141 million. And now we're tentatively thinking that there would be 150 million in those revenues, of which staff had proposed that we incorporate 6.5 million of that additional 9 million from the mid-year. And because that is basically what has materialized up to date, if that's the correct characterization of it, we recommended that we go ahead and assume that 9 million with an understanding that we, even with these considerations, we're at the upper end of our budget stabilization reserve. And that's an important consideration as to if we did these additional expenditures, where would we be in the budget stabilization reserve? And correct me if I got that wrong. Is that still the case, that with the Finance Committee recommendations, we'd still be at the 20% BSR?
Thank you, Councilmember Paul Harper. You would be close to the 20%. You'd be slightly below, about 600,000 in 2024 without any other adjustments.
Good. But so with these additional expenditures, we'd still be at the very upper end. I'm not sure how often we've been at the very upper end, but it's a strong position to be in. Then we had a question on, and this is important clarification from the council, because it's we haven't acted on this. When we looked at reducing the gas transfer to the general fund as a result of really the gas spikes, and that we wanted to diminish the impact on residents, was it the council's anticipation that that would be a 1-year reduction? And then when we would, and that would be at the 15.5% transfer. And then in the following years, we would return to the 18%. Now there is an accounting lag, because really it's not this year when we would collect and the same year that we collect and transfer, but philosophically, this is the year that we were most focused on alleviating some of the pain of our ratepayers. And then the question is, would we then wish to return to the normal gas transfer for future years? And then the last issue is the what we should anticipate in vacancies in staffing. And as staff mentioned, we have in the budget 3%. When we exclude, when we just look at the general fund, but exclude public safety, which for one thing typically is pretty fully any savings we have on vacancies, we make up with on having to pay overtime. But what vacancy rate should we use for the balance of the general fund? And the number that's baked in here at the 1.5 million would be what vacancy rate again?
Probably about 4.5%.
At the only 4.5? I didn't think that was the discussion we had.
Can you clarify the question?
So
Clarify the question.
if we incorporate the additional 1.5 million savings from changing the anticipated vacancy from the 3% that's in the budget to a higher percentage, and what is that higher percentage that is reflected by 1.5 million in savings or transferred to fund?
Yeah, that's right. It's 4.5. So the finance committee recognized the savings in FY 2023. So if you recognize that savings in 2023 with the budgeted 3%, it would be about a assumed 4.5% vacancy in FY 2023. The finance committee didn't make any changes to the ongoing assumption. To your point, it was absolutely a point of discussion whether we would change that factor assumption moving forward. But in terms of the actual tentative actions, the committee only took the recognition of the current year savings.
And okay, and so we would move up our assumption of vacancy rate to 4.5% under the finance committee proposal.
In the current fiscal year.
Yes. And then it's important to note what Kylie was just pointing out is that as we look at ongoing expenses and the projected deficit for FY 25 and 26, that assumes a 3% vacancy rate. And maybe in your update, if you can tell us when we've ever hit 3%. Now, one of the things that staff pointed out in their report to us tonight is that even if we have a higher vacancy rate than is projected, those dollars aren't all available for other expenditures because different departments will use some of those savings throughout the year for filling those needs through contractors or otherwise. But what wasn't in the staff report, and I'd like to hear tonight, is in FY 22 and FY 23, at the end of the year, what did we net out in general fund savings from vacancies that were greater salary savings than were projected in the budget? Now, that doesn't mean that's what we would have this year, but those are important reference points because we as a committee, we know that some of those savings would get eaten up, but historically, what portion have? And then lastly, as staff pointed out in the memo, when we have essentially a surplus that it's called at the end of the year, it's a budgeted surplus. It's really, we budget moderately conservatively, sometimes very conservatively. And those funds of revenues above expenditures are what we by design use to increase our contribution program. Now we have designated amounts that go into each of those absent whatever we get from the surplus, but this is how we basically do an end of the year budget balancing act that is intended, hopefully, that we will have some additional dollars to put into those functions. So they're often called surpluses, but they really are that we can't precisely determine how much will be left over to have the desired amounts of contributions to those two funds at the end of the year. At the same time, I will note that some of these tier 2 expenditures, not the bulk of them, and I was going through, it's probably, depending on how they're categorized, anywhere from a modest amount to a little more, are in fact capital improvement dollars. And so we shouldn't count that twice. So if we increase the funding to capital projects that are within the tier 2, that's reduced what we would need to fund at the end of the year with these other surpluses. Kylie, on the one I wasn't clear on is the Life Moves capital project. Do we count that as that capital contribution to that project? Does that come out of the capital improvement fund?
I'll try. I'm choosing my words wisely because the fund, or to your point, the project is funded in a few different ways. I think germane to the topic that you're discussing right now, which is the aspect or the allocation that's part of the tentative finance committee adjustments. There is 2 million in savings coming from the general fund that will be transferred to the capital fund.
Okay, good. So that'll be one of the things that within these tier 2, whatever we end up with as tier 2 recommendations, we should add up what portion of those are actually capital investments that if we didn't decide to spend the money now, we'd be looking at spending it out of our capital fund in the future. And if we had a surplus at the end of the year, it's the same capital fund that we would be putting half that surplus into. So that's a number of different balls that relate to one another in a somewhat complex way. I want to turn to my colleagues for any other thoughts. This is really an important discussion we have amongst ourselves and with staff to figure out where we go. Certainly, this budget is the best situation the city's been in several years, and that's the really good news. And then the question is, how cautious do we want to be at both restoring some of the remaining services that weren't fully restored yet and other important projects that the council has identified as being really important to the community? So colleagues?
Finance Committee, colleagues, if you have anything to add.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt, for that really beautiful summary. It was a complex set of conversations taking so many different factors into account. And I think all that I want to do right now is to try to add a little bit more to this conversation about vacancies. To Councilmember Burt's point, we have asked as a finance committee that we go from the staff's budgeted vacancy savings of 3% to 4.5%, which yields an additional 1.5 million for our use on the tier 2. But that is set against an adjusted vacancy rate expectation of 8.3%. So the overall general fund vacancy rate is 11.6%. This is on page 172 of the AA1 staff report. Adjusting for public safety, which we've heard usually positions get filled with backfill and there's overtime and all of that. So taking public safety out of the vacancy savings, we're at a vacancy rate of 8.3%. So the 4.5% that we're effectively trying to use as revenue to fund some of this tier 2 leaves us with 3.7%, whatever it is, still there, expected to be accrued as vacancy saving that we have not touched. So I feel that staff's very understandable, conservative reluctance that we have heard. We see it written in the staff report. We heard it from the city manager tonight, and that's their role, among other things, to be cautious and to provide sort of these yellow and orange flags that they're waving. I just want to be clear that I think on the finance committee's perspective, we have not tried to squeeze every single dollar of possibility out of this, out of revenue possibility. We are making what we feel is sound, judicious decisions. We may have come out in a different place than staff, but I think this excess and the vacancy savings is one example of where we're confident that there are some millions still left over that we can count on should things not materialize as expected. Thank you.
And I don't have much to add. I thought it was a robust conversation over 2 days. I personally had the opportunity to get most of my questions answered, and so I anticipate tonight to mostly be listening to my colleagues' feedback and confirming if we're on the right track or where may we need to modify. I think there's something in the budget for everyone that people will be happy. We've got library restoration, we've got his RAP funding increases, we've got coordinated area plans. So I agree with Councilmember Burt. We're in a very good location. Staff have made a compelling case about their concerns about where we're at on tier 2. And I think we're all interested in hearing council's feedback tonight on where we're at with our recommendations and what dials, if any, need to be turned on the revenue or on the expense side moving forward. So again, I'm mostly here to try to listen and happy to respond as well if there's any concerns being raised.
I'm going to say one last thing if I could, Madam Mayor. I should have said it when I spoke previously. I think many of us here in the dais have experienced what it's like to have a massive budget surplus and have residents of our city asking what the heck. And we are trying to make a judicious effort to land this plane on time and on budget. And so I think that speaks a little bit to our reluctance to adopt a tremendously conservative approach this year, if that's a fair characterization with my Finance Committee colleagues.
Thank you for the report. And I'll bring it back to council for any questions or comments. Yeah, questions and comments, and then it's a study session, so we can go to public comments later. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I thank my colleagues who have spent hours and hours on this, pushing the envelope so that we can really reach for the Palo Alto that we truly want to have. And thank you, staff, for getting uncomfortable, but staying the course with us as we walk this tricky path together. It's not often that you get excited by a budget, but this one actually has me very excited because I look at it and anticipate all that we can do, and it's impressive. They say budgets are statements of values, and I believe that this budget that's been the presentation tonight and the amendments that are recommended now better reflects our values as a city. So thank you for that. I have some specific questions, but let me just stay first with some of the broader initial questions that kind of follow up on, make sure I'm understanding what my colleagues on the Finance Committee have explained. And just a preliminary question, these recommendations from the Finance Committee, were they unanimous for the most part, or I'm getting nods? I'm taking that as a yes. Okay, excellent. So Councilmember Byrd, or Chair Byrd of the Finance Committee, referenced some of the concern that staff had expressed about not using the FY 2023 surplus for the capital fund and the pension trust, and similarly to how we had done in the past. And I was going to ask how you got comfortable with the changes you recommended, and you did describe, and I want to make sure I got it, that there are, I believe, other amounts designated for both, but we use the surplus to hit the desired amount. And
I just want to say we're not changing the approach on how we've done in the past. If at the end of FY 24, we have surpluses, then the same policies would still apply. We would,
yes,
yeah,
I understand. Okay, yes. But the I think that a greater amount of the projected surplus has been put directly into categories. And I think you described, for example, capital projects where it's now, as opposed to waiting and doing it like you've designated for specific ones. And that's how you got comfortable with not a new approach, but perhaps a different way of describing it. I wanted to ask about pensions and say if you could give me a little more, Madam Mayor, if it's okay, if you could answer during the time. Yeah, if you could explain a little bit more about the pensions issue and how that works.
Well, we have, and maybe Kylie can fill in, we have a budgeted amount that we put into the section 115 pension. And then if we have a surplus at the end of the year, the policy had been established that that would be divided between the capital, additional funds into the capital fund and additional funds into the paying down the underfunded pension liability. Actually, last year, though, we used a sizable portion of those, what would have been surplus funds, toward mid-year restorations of positions, and so that it was a complicated budget year in the what was the FY22. Maybe Kylie, you can refresh everybody on that, but.
Oops, sure. And I will pass a couple of these to Jesse and Paul for some details. Let me start with 2022. In 2022, as the council knows, we did end with a surplus of funds. And of that surplus, we ended up dividing it instead of 50-50 between the 115 and the capital, we did a third, a third, a third. So we did 1/3 towards restorations or other service needs, including things like the rebates or other activities as part of your mid-year adjustments. We sent 1/3, which was about $5 million, to the pension trust fund, and we sent 1/3 to capital fund. So we deviated obviously from that 50-50 practice last year, given the volume and the needs, to the chair's point. But that's how 2022 happened. Now to, I think, your earlier question, refresh me.
What I'm trying to understand is that staff had recommended recognizing 1.5 million. I'm looking at page 172 of the staff report. And the finance committee, I believe, is recommending the 9 million. And staff expressed concern about recognizing the funds at this higher level would preempt the policy of putting money into the long-term pension liabilities. And that's why I was asking the question, because I understood the capital and I was trying to understand the pension side.
Sure. And ultimately, it is all about, as the finance committee members identified, it's all about how much or how close we try and forecast what our actual revenues and expenses will be in the current year. Obviously, in the gap of we only have so much information this year. And it is a policy decision by council and this and the committee on how far to push the needle. We've identified for the committee, as they outlined, what staff's best estimates are for year end. And we didn't put all of that on the table, acknowledging there could be volatility. And the committee has recommended that we put all of that on the table. So what that means is if, all of these are forecasts. If our current estimates are spot on, 100% correct, every single dollar, that means that there will not be a surplus at the end of the year, which means there will not be an additional contribution to the 115 beyond the normal contributions that they already identified. However, if our projections are too conservative, and they end the year, let's say, above 150 million or with greater vacancy savings than the 1 to 2 million, then that pie or that piece of the pie that's left will be smaller. And that smaller piece will be divided 50-50. If these funds that the committee has placed on the table, the 1.5 in vacancy savings and the, I can't remember, 2.5 in revenues, So we're talking about $4 million overall. If this $4 million were not to be allocated as part of this budget process, to the committee's point, those would likely fall to fund balance and therefore get split 50-50 between capital and the 115 trust, should there not be a more urgent need to allocate it similarly like we did in 2022 of a third, a third, a third. So ultimately, we are talking about, as we all discussed, estimates and kind of looking at the macro forecasting out. And one point I would just like to make for everybody, just a clarification on the vacancy savings number. The 1 to 2 million is that net savings that we are projecting. So staff doesn't anticipate that we will have savings beyond that 1 to 2 million. So I know it only has a budgeted vacancy level of 4.5%. I think, Chair Burt, you had identified really nicely that, you know, there's kind of the gross vacancy savings, then the uses, the alternative uses, right? Contract services, overstrengths, temporary hourlies, take your pick. And then there's kind of the net. The 1.2 is that net. So I think, Jesse, you said our expenses through the third quarter are at almost 75%. Okay, so our expenses right now through the third quarter of this year are at about 75%. So that's what you would expect if you were going to fully expend your budget. So that's what that 1 to 2 million in net savings is. And that's historically, to your question, Chair, what the city has seen in vacancy savings after all of those other allocations or uses in the last 3 years. So we looked back, budget versus actuals ranged anywhere between 1.2. Yeah, I think 1.2 to 2 million. So we just rounded and said 1 to 2 million. Now, not an exact number, but again, we are working in total based on projections and estimates on what's happening. So hopefully that provides some clarity.
Yes, it does. No, quite helpful. I have a number of other questions, but that took a while, so I assume.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. So just a similar wanting to understand how we got comfortable with something, how the Finance Committee got comfortable with something. So on page 169 of the packet, it talks about the staff report talks about not contemplating costs for significant, so now we're talking about projected deficits or shortfalls for FY 2026, so further out. And they say that now it's expected to increase from 6.2 million to 8.8. And they talked about the known unknown projects from the long range financial forecast, that this doesn't contemplate the costs for those that are on the horizon. And I just wanted you to just to hear anybody think out loud about that for me as to how to become comfortable that we'll still have the appropriate room to address those when the time comes.
Well,
I think Chair Burt.
yeah, I'll say that if we look at over a whole series of years, even the kind of catastrophic year of FY21, where we in 2020, the city had to make severe cuts. I think even in that year, we ended up coming in at a balance of revenues exceeding expenses that was well better than the projected budget. And in the last couple of years, it's been very significantly so. How much above we would be this coming year if we say that we basically are choosing to focus on a combination of restoring the balance of the services that had not yet been restored and other important projects that are in tier 2 presumably we'll have less of a surplus than we would have had. Doesn't mean we won't have a surplus at the end of the year. So those projections tend to work out. We are conservative. I can say, when we look at our long-range financial forecasts that I've looked at for 15 plus years, they almost invariably start off with significant deficits, and then they get reduced. And reduced for a combination of reasons, whether it's better performance than we projected, or that we have to make adjustments. And so I can't tell you exactly how we will address all those things in the future. But the question is, how far do we want to go in terms of restoring the remaining services that have been cut and meeting other needs that we as a council have identified, and what portion of those should we include in this budget?
Okay, thank you. I just, I asked because it includes things they mentioned here like Coverly and new labor agreements. And so I just wanted to.
Well, things like Coverly, I will say that that's in all likelihood not going to come out of our existing revenue streams. That's got to be a new revenue source. And whether that's a bond measure or whatever, that's a to be determined. But I would not assume that that suddenly the massive amount of dollars that it's going to take to do whatever we end up defining as a new Coverly Community Center is going to be able to come out of the normal revenue.
Okay, great. That's exactly the kind of thing I wanted to hear you think out loud about after the reference in the report to the known unknown project. So thank you. Madam Mayor, should I ask one more question? Okay, thank you.
ahead.
I'll just ask one more, then I'll stop. So it has to do with the San Antonio coordinated area plan. So now I'm into the specifics, and I'll just pick this one because I was very, very excited to see that in here. I know that there's some challenges around getting it done, but I think that's just wonderful because I think it's absolutely critical to make sure that we get started on these coordinated area plans. I know that takes dollars, staff, but budgeting for it is as an aside, I see a recommendation that this, well, as an aside, I agree with the comment in here that we need to look into doing it well and efficiently and all of that. I was also very glad to see that. And there's a recommendation that it go to the new housing committee to evaluate the process. And I do think it's important that we try to optimize, streamline it. My question is, and I don't know that it's we should get into it tonight in the budget process, but because it's in the budget that specifically, I don't know when else it would come up. I would like to offer some support and help on that. I have a lot of background in consensus building activities, and I don't, if it goes directly to that housing committee, I don't think I can talk to them because of Brown. So at some other time, not in the midst of the budget, I don't know when, perhaps we can discuss how to do that. But I wanted to put in my support and thanks for including that in this budget item. And that's, I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, could I just respond to that point as a finance committee member? I appreciate your enthusiasm for that, council member. And I want you to know that the 50,000 that's in there for the San Antonio Coordinated Area Plan is, as you pointed out, an initial conversation with some folks at Cal Poly who are identified as being interested in working with the city. We are told that an actual coordinated area plan would be more like $700,000. And in pushing staff on why that wasn't requested enthusiastically, we were told that the process has been so arduous lately, coordinated area plans like NVCAP, that it's just not something staff feels able to take on. So here we are at this crossroads of an exhausted staff, understandably, of the, expectation that new housing might go in around San Antonio, and the need to do all of that thoughtfully and coherently so we can all be proud of it years hence. And so this is really a tiny drop in the bucket contemplated in 24, with the hope that staff will come back to us in a year from now with next year's budget proposal with more requested for that process in order to see it through.
That's great. Thank you for explaining that. And I think that the first step is to critically debrief the prior ones and to see what went right, what went wrong, what we can do better. So thank you, Councilman.
And Mayor, we've got Director Late on the line to help clarify some of, just for the full council's edification on the CAP process.
Director Late.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Nozay. So yeah, I just wanted to speak to the cost of the coordinated area plan. It's come up a couple of times, and I just want to be clear. It's the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, just by way of example, which is a relatively small geographic area, is running at about 1.5 million. And our projection is that on average, it's probably going to be a little bit more north of that for future coordinated area plans, up to 2 million per plan is our estimate. So I just wanted to have that known going forward. The piece with Cal Poly is, a work in progress still. We're still having conversations with them. We do anticipate, some funds being needed for supplies, travel, accommodations and things like that. But so far, those conversations have been quite well. And then just because I don't know another time to make this plug, but I want to just, get it on the out for the council's consideration. The downtown housing plan is one that I think the finance committee had talked about. And I don't know that it made it into any ultimate recommendations. This is a plan where you may recall we received some MTC funding. I think it was $800,000. And we have just gone out for our second, bid on that proposal. And if there is interest in continuing that, or starting, I should say, that initiative downtown, we do anticipate some additional funds will be needed for that. The bids are coming in at about between 800 and I want to say 1.2 or 1.3. And I could take a look at my notes. So to do just that housing plan. And mind you, that's not a coordinated area plan. So anyways, just want to put a footnote on that and happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yep, thank you very much. Thanks to our colleagues who spent this many hours getting to where we are quite efficiently, and to staff who's always on top of these things, and big lift for them as well. The first thing I wanted to note is that in your plan, it says that staff remains cautious due to mixed economic indicators. And I salute that. We can't put our head in the sand. Most visible in the last week is that a couple of major retailers are saying that they're forecasting that things are going down. And that's one of our revenue streams. And those retailers are not mom and pop shops. They're Target and Home Depot are the ones that I read about. So it's real. And we have to keep this in mind here in May of 2023 when we're looking at a budget that's going to stretch for 13 months from now. So I'm glad that you're putting that stake in the ground for all of us. I wanted to address some of the broader budget issues. And I think Councilmember Vinker and I have gotten a look at the test, because 3 of my 4 questions are the exact same ones that you asked, but I want to take it from kind of a different angle. My first one was, an open question to staff to say, are there any things in the 24 budget that might come up that you think we should put in a plug number for? I obviously noticed your reference to expected contract negotiations may negatively impact the forecasted deficit in 2026. which of course seems light years away, and it is not. But if there is anything that you want to alert us to that we need to keep, and if there's not, that's okay too, because I know you've been over this 1,000 times. But if there's things that might pop up and we know about them now, then we should put in a plug number. And the next question coupled with that is that if we hit some sort of a revenue headwind, what would you say are the first things that we should look at to sort of recuperate quickly? If we hit a headwind, suddenly revenues fall off and we've got these expenses in place, and just from a revenue standpoint and expenses, would you say that there's something we can do really quickly to, plug that gap, or is it all right in front of us in the budget? We can just pick out what we want. I just kind of want you to have a chance to speak to that as we make our decisions here.
Sure. I'll try and start us out, but also City Manager Shikata and Paul and Jesse, please also help. In answer to your first question of if there's anything that we know should we be including in this forecast or the budget from a planning perspective, and I think the answer to that is we've included what we are able to quantify and what we are able to really reasonably expect to happen over the next 12 or so months. And knowing that, which is what our goal is every year, even this past year, the council, aside from mid-year, has allocated over $600,000 on a general, Monday night through contract increases or a new initiative or something. So, that is an example of a kind of known unknown. Every year, the council has projects that want to advance on a given Monday, and we'll find new funds for that. So in terms of that, I think we've done our best with our full staff to do our best to anticipate those items in this budget, acknowledging that there are things out there.
Okay.
The next question, I think, was on the economic side of things, which is what do we do if things were to fall off? Fresh in everybody's mind, since we just had this happen during COVID. First things first, usually what happens if things were to fall off, typically organizations will immediately freeze hiring to reassess where are we at, what's the forecasted damage.
Yeah, I don't mean staffing, just take staffing off the table. That's kind of obvious. I just want to know if you have any other areas that you would jump to. And you don't even have to answer this. I just wanted to give you the opportunity.
Well, at this point, we've consolidated all reserves. And so ultimately, if something were to fall off, we would use your BSR.
Okay.
So Ed, did I miss anything?
No, you covered it. Thank you.
Okay. And then just one very specific final question. So in the revision, the possible revision to pension funding, the net number that might not be funded is what this year? How much less are we going to fund the pension funding in terms of your forecast than we did last year? Or maybe the chair knows that.
Well, I think your question is, we have the base budgeted amount, and then we did the bonus funding.
Yeah, exactly.
And at the end of the year, bonus funding was something like 5 million, I think.
So you're projecting we might be 5 million shorter than last year?
Well, yeah, it could if we don't have any surplus at the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then the last thing for this round, I want to.
Is that 5 million? Was that the thank you. My memory is better than I thought.
And then the last thing I want to address is the issue of vacancy versus fill rate again. But again, from a slightly different perspective, I'm totally supportive of what the Finance Committee is suggesting here. Very happy that we're dealing with that and addressing that. It's a variable that's unfortunately very consistent and therefore predictable, and we know there's extra money there, which is kind of the problem I want to address. Because at some point in time, I'd like to have that go down so that we can actually hire the people that we need to do the jobs we need for our residents, like fixing the transformers when the electricity goes out, and for the state government when we have to invest in staff for all the housing things that we have to do for them. So as I mentioned once before, I really want to make sure that there's some budget in here this year to look at what can we do to reduce that vacancy rate. and address it with an outside consultant and get some best practices, make some recommendations and changes so that 2 years from now, we're not sitting here saying it's still, well, in the utilities department, that's 23%, and that's 59 people we haven't been able to hire in the last year that we wanted to. So is there money in here for that?
And I'll ask our HR director, Sandra Blanche.
Good evening, Councilmember Long. Thank you for the question. Sandra Blanche, HR Director. Yes, there is money available for a recruitment assessment. That's something that we could do to have a third party do a review of our processes and our resources. We have a number of resources in place. We just hired an additional hourly employee last week to help us with the vacancy rate. And we also are in communication with the third external recruiter to take on recruitments. So we have quite a bit going on, but I do welcome any new ideas that an external resource could help us to streamline or make improvements.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, perhaps just to state it a little more affirmatively, we have, and appreciate Councilmember Lowing having brought this up previously, we have taken steps to move and get a consultant on board that will assist with that third-party review, specifically focusing on our recruiting. And we believe we'll be able to fund that with existing allocations.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
And if I may add that the Finance Committee also probed on this subject and maybe the trend that we are already on in terms of reducing those vacancy rates in the both in the utilities areas, the public safety, and then the balance of general fund. I think that would be helpful so that that was an encouraging update that we got from probing on that, is that we are diminishing those vacancy rates. Maybe staff could update us on that. And that's with current staffing. We're already doing that. So whatever else we do will be additive.
Okay, well, yeah, my question was just to get an external resource, and city manager said it's there, so that I'm good. And I have some other comments, but more specific, so I'm done for now. Thanks.
Very good. Councilmember Livka Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd want to thank Director Late for clarifying my error when I said a coordinated area plan would cost 700,000. That was 700,000 per year, anticipated 2 years. So thank you for that, Director Late. And to your point, I am wanting to ask to your point about the downtown housing plan. I'm poring over my notes to say, where did that end up and what is sort of our history with that subject? And did we intentionally leave it off the tier 2 or did we inadvertently? So I just want to ask my fellow finance committee members to look at your notes on, this expand housing opportunities through the initiation of a downtown housing plan. When we first met with Director Late, we were told this was not a high priority of all of the priorities in his department that were in tier 2. This did not make the cut. That was on May 5th. But then on May 9th, and perhaps Ms. Nozay can help, and I know she's talking to the city attorney right now. On May 9th, we were told actually Director Late might prefer for us to fund that. I'm not sure where we ended up. Did we decide not? What was our decision there? Because it is a huge ticket item.
It is
500,000. So please help us understand where it ended up and why it's not on this list.
Sure. Councilmember Lithcott Hames, you are spot on. It's been something that's kind of been deprioritized, discussed, and kind of bounced back and forth without an official action or decision on it. So I think it is an appropriate discussion point for this body. It was not identified by Director Late as a top priority. and acknowledging that it is a work in progress. So if not funded, we wanted to double back on May 9th, to your point, and make sure that the committee and ultimately the council knew that if we don't fund this, that it does essentially mean that this project will stop, and we would redirect resources to another priority. So it is an open question. We have Director Late on the line to kind of talk about the pros and cons of how, what the council may choose from a funding perspective. But it is currently not included in the tentative adjustments, and I would say outstanding question.
Director Late, do you want to speak about this?
I'm happy to. Taking that invitation, I guess, for I don't really have a pros and cons analysis for you right now. I will say that you have $800,000 that has been received and is money that we have available to us. As it is with these opportunities, we often find that more money is needed, and so that's where the general fund helps out in that regard. So I think what we're saying is the council has previously accepted that that grant, has also dedicated some additional funds. I want to say $150,000 a year for the 3 or 4 years that will manage that project. That's already been earmarked. And we're doing this RFP now, and we're coming back with some ranges that suggest we could need another $500,000 more to support this initiative. So, but we plan on coming back to the council in August with that additional information and the scope, and you could even have an opportunity then, I suppose, to make a decision.
I think what's hard is it's coming forward as something that's important, that we lose related funds if we don't go forward with it, or we lose progress. It feels as if this is not even a tier 2 appropriate budget item, that it should have been on the underlying budget request coming out of the department. And here we are trying to make up for an error in the tier 2 context, and having on the fly to have to figure out where to cut 500, assuming we stay at the finance committee recommendation, where to cut 500,000 to make room for something that feels, as I'm listening to it, to be so important, it shouldn't have been up for debate in the first place.
Yeah, and if I may, just to respond to that, I agree. It would have been better to have that as part of our base proposal. Our RFP recently closed after budget documents had been prepared, and it really wasn't until we were before the finance committee that we had some greater insight into the additional cost. So I apologize to the finance committee and the council for that.
All right, Councilmember Tanaka, do you have any questions before we go to the public?
I do, thank you. So first of all, thank you everyone for you guys' work on this. It sounds like you guys spend quite a bit of time, so much appreciated. So I've been through quite a few of these budget meetings before, and I'm trying to think back upon a time when there's been such an increase against staff's recommendation in terms of expenses. It's quite remarkable. I can't. Does staff recall, like, in terms of like how much of an increase? We've done increases. Don't get me wrong. I know that, but to this extent, I can't remember a time. Is this common, or is this something that's pretty exceptional in terms of a variation in terms of the increase of expenses compared to what staff recommended?
I'm not sure I can answer that, Councilmember Tanaka, directly. Unfortunately, ultimately, the budget process is always a public process and a dialogue between staff and the full council and the finance committee. The best example I can give recently is obviously during the pandemic, staff involved the council at a greater level with scenarios when we were trying to forecast, revenues and expenses in a very uncertain time. And so at that time, actually for 2 years, we actually brought forward 3 scenarios of kind of economic projections and had the council provide direction to staff on which one to use for our financial planning. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a disagreement, but I would say that was a time where we were looking at significant variables and what assumptions we wanted as an organization to move forward with.
Sure. Okay. So if you were to, and I want to give you a chance, if you were to kind of argue for your, or not, maybe not necessarily yours, but staff's recommendation of the original plan, which I guess would be about $7.7 million less expenses, what would the kind of like key arguments be to kind of stick with staff's recommendation versus kind of this enhanced budget?
Well, thank you for the opportunity and the question. I think ultimately the question at play has been teed up appropriately so. We are talking about level of risk. With risk comes volatility. And so ultimately those are the policy kind of questions and decisions before this council. Staff took an approach with a goal to minimize volatility because it creates organization as opposed to a very long list of priorities the council has given us to focus on. So from that standpoint, you know, we've brought forward a proposal and trying to focus on minimizing that volatility as one of the core tenets. I would say the other thing to consider is just in general capacity. I think all of the estimates that we've been talking about, you can see as a council are based in fact. We provided our estimates on revenues and expenses to the finance committee in full transparency, no sandbagging, no hiding. These are our estimates. And so I think those are in fact, it's not so much a question of are those estimates right? I think it's a question of are we ready and can we allocate all of those funds today? Or is there a different pace at which they can be addressed?
Okay.
If I could add as well.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Perhaps just to pick up on where Assistant City Manager Jose left off, I might use those coordinated area plans, again, talking about downtown and San Antonio's case may be, as good examples of where, in addition to staff capacity, these initiatives do require additional administrative support, procurement, legal, as well as community engagement, policy development, and ultimately council and commission capacity. So the implications, while the budgetary requirements are certainly before you today, do involve multiple parts of the organization as we talk about capacity to move these forward. So that's perhaps a good example of how a budgetary allocation really does have a significant potential impact on capacity of the organization to move forward on the policy priorities for the council.
Yeah, I heard during the introduction, you mentioned, I think twice, maybe three times, your concern about staff capacity to handle all of this. So definitely heard that, and I heard also from from Kylie as well. So I think my colleagues heard that as well, and I'm concerned when I hear that. And the other thing that really concerns me is I looked at your projections for the VSR and what's going to happen in fiscal year 26, right? I mean, that's a mighty big drop going from 55 million down to 48. And, you know, as my colleague, Councilmember Lowing mentioned, you know, I think we all are aware of all the layoffs in our area, right? We've had two big bank failures. We have, in real estate residential market, we all know that there are more houses for sale than there has been in many years. I think it's like 4x what it was just a year ago. So I think there's reason to be cautious here, right? And you know, we have interest rates now like what, 7% mortgage rates, right? I mean, that's pretty high, right? And this does staff know how we're doing in terms of the like CalPERS, in terms of pension? Like what kind of do you guys have any numbers for that? Do you guys know what the CalPERS numbers are in terms of how they're doing in terms, because they really kind of depend on good stock market returns, but that's not been happening lately. So do we know what the numbers are right now? I guess my point is really around, we're trying to make sure that we are able to pay people what we promised them, right? The pensions that they're promised. And so the set aside for the pensions is not just something we're doing for the fun of it. We're doing it because we want to make sure that we're able to make people whole and we actually have money to back these pensions. So do we have any idea or indication about how that's coming along?
Thank you for the question. We don't have the final numbers. However, there's a preliminary 6.1% investment loss. This is kind of coming off the heels of a significant return that influenced the budget this year. So expectations are that we'll kind of boomerang back, I guess, to where we were.
Yeah. I've heard similar stories. I don't know. Did you want to say something?
I was just going to say one thing for the council to bear in mind is with your proactive retirement funding policy, the council does assume a lower discount rate than what CalPERS does. So that we don't have the analysis tonight on kind of the swings up, down, what that averages out at, but I do trying to keep everything balanced on all sides. We do proactively contribute the normal cost at a rate of 5.3. So, 1 year we had a significant return. The next year we have a significant decline.
Sure.
So just want to acknowledge that for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I've also heard about the declines. We all see it in our own stock portfolio. So it's not a shocking or surprising thing. But it is surprising to see when we know, even for our own personal portfolios, that the returns are down, that we are, you would almost think you would want to bolster our set aside for pensions versus, kind of deprioritize that. So that's why I just, to me, when I see the recommendation from the finance committee, and there's a lot of great things on here. I also like library hours, right? There's a lot of things that I think we want as a city, but I also have to know that we need to live within our means, right? We need to spend within our means. We are also looking at doing additional increases to the fees for the people of our city. And while I appreciate a lot of the projects here, I just don't know whether, especially given staff's capacity, given the elevated risk levels that our staff is repeatedly telling us, whether we should go so far and above beyond their recommendation on the expense side. So I think there's caution. We should have a little bit more caution here. I think staff also, they put in blue on slide 5. The $837,000 extra they need to support this, right? And yet we think that we're going to be able to just pretend that these vacancies we're not going to need to fill them, right? I just don't know. There seems to be a lot of, in my mind, wishful thinking here, and I wish to have all these great things in our city as well, but I also want to make sure that we don't have surprise, a year from now, because I think it makes things pretty tough. And so I think we should be more on a cautious side. I think we should go more towards what staff recommended. There's some projects on here, like I look at the Life Moves construction, and I think we all saw the article in the papers about Life Moves, and I still haven't seen an answer to that, right? I'm still baffled why we move forward on this when it seems like their effectiveness compared to other agencies is much less, and we're looking at $2.5 million right there, and so I there's a lot of things on this that just kind of make me wonder, and I could probably support some of the items here, increases that the finance committee suggested, like library hours, but there's a lot on here that I don't think we should do or make sense to do. So I think we need to be a lot more cautious here. You know, and then I know that there were comments about the surplus, right? And you know, we don't want to have surpluses. I think to me the big issue with the surplus was more that you know, people had to vote on the ballot K&L without knowing that we had a surplus. I think that was the real issue with, at least in my mind. But in general, having a surplus is a good thing, right? We don't want to be in the hole. We've all seen rapid increase in labor costs, right? Our labor cost on the budget is like 11% increase, right? Which, you know, at a time when our revenue projection is negative 1%, 11% is quite a bit. 11% is twice the rate of inflation. And we also see the increase in our contract cost. Just about every single contract that comes before us is way beyond what we expected, way beyond the rate of inflation. So I know that there's a lot of thought and consideration put into this. I'm just very concerned about the direction we're headed on this. And I realize that this is very opaque to our community, and a lot of people in the community aren't going to be following this very closely. But I don't think we want to have unpleasant surprises. So I think we just need to sharpen our pencils a bit more and think about how do we make ends meet better on this budget.
Councilmember Tanaka, we can probably, in our next round after public comments, we can do a straw
I'll go
poll
later. Sorry about that.
on some of those items. Thank you.
Okay.
I just have a couple of questions. Can you help me with some clarity on the HISRAP funding? So at this time, it's about 622,000 approximately. And then the proposal is to add another 150 for FY24.
It's actually to add 50 and then another 150, right?
So that would bring it to the 851,000 figure. So somewhere else in the report, I was reading 1 million. Where is that one coming from? I think it was over 1 million.
Madam Mayor, there was some conversation about the HISRAP in prior years being tied to the general fund, 1% of the general fund, and we have strayed from that in recent years. So we want to at some point put forward as a finance committee the question to council as to whether we need to be tying HISRAP to the general fund once again. And I believe the delta to get us from where we are now approximately to where we would need to be at 1% must be the figure you're referring to.
Okay, thank you. Can I get confirmation from staff? I don't remember.
It would help if you were able to refer to where the 1 million is that you're referencing.
Okay, let me see. I saw it in the staff report. In the staff report, it is packet page 181. And in the middle of the, oh, I see.
Mike.
So there's a tentative approval of 200,000 for additional HISRAP funding. Then in the parking lot, there's 150,000, another 150,000. So that would bring it to the 1,051,000 for FY 2024. Okay. Did I add up the numbers correctly there? 181.
I'm not sure that paragraph is correct.
I think it gets you to 1 million. So the current proposal, all included, as Councilmember Lippat-Haim said, is 200,000 more, and that gets you to the 851,000. And that is at the max level, I think, that the HRC kind of had as, as an option for allocation. Now, in addition to that, the Finance Committee discussed, as the committee members identified, bringing the HISRAP funding level to a percentage of the general fund. And if the council wanted to do that, they wanted to bring it to 1% of the general fund, then an additional 150,000, which on top of the 850 gets you to $1 million, would be the additional incremental increase. Unfortunately, the numbers are all the same for the increments, and I apologize for that. It is pure coincidence.
Yeah, but I think this paragraph, you may want to look at it. I'm not sure it captured what we all understood. It looks like it added the 200 plus the 150. Tier 2, if I recall, 50,000 above the 622. We recommended, and they gave us options, there were 3 different options as I recall, and we went to 150 above that 50, or so 200,000 above
Correct.
what they have. And that doesn't take to the 1,051,000.
That takes it to 851.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That takes it to 851. And then in the parking lot, if you notice on that slide, there's an additional 150,000 that was left there. And that would be the final increment to get to 1% of the general fund.
I don't think that's what the finance committee spoke about in putting in the parking lot. It was the 150 on top of the 50 is what we recommended for a total of 200 above the current funding. We talked about conceptually in the future going there, but that I don't believe was part of the parking lot. We can double check, but if you would, I don't think that was the case.
That's my recollection as well. I remember a conversation about a future policy discussion, maybe for policy and services, maybe a colleague's memo, et cetera, to do the 1% moving forward, but I don't think that was recommended here.
So this proposed does not get us to 1%. The tentative is just the 200 that I think you all have outlined. The parking lot is not included in this tentative proposal. So the parking lot were issues that the finance committee identified for future discussion. So I think maybe we're saying the same thing, just using different terms.
So what I hear is that potentially finance committee had wanted to provide another 150 in addition to the 200.
We didn't make that recommendation this year, no.
Correct. They
What
didn't
we
make that
had was, I think, when we were in the finance committee, the parking lot was primarily for budgetary items, kind of tier 2 budgetary items. And then we had some other discussions. So this went in apparently as we were also discussing long-term policies, and it got intermixed with the actual recommendations. And it was not a recommendation of the finance committee.
So it's right now just sitting in the parking lot, and it's something that we don't really have to vote on if we didn't want that 150 extra to go forward.
The current proposal before everybody is at 851,000.
Okay.
So if you want to change that, you'll have to make adjustments. But if the 850,000 is appropriately aligned with where you would like it to be, then no action is needed.
Thank you. Also, I've been hearing from a lot of members members of the public who use the Lucy Stern Theater, that their patrons can't use the bathroom. And what does it take in order to have that staffed?
Good evening, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane with Community Services. So thank you for that question, Mayor Koo. That has been a problem of late. When we switched to exclusive use rentals at Lucy Stern Community Center, we began having conflicts between the theater patrons who are using the restrooms and the renters at the community center. So we've been working with the theater partners on scheduling or on just confirming that they have the schedule for when events happen at the community center. We do have an hourly position in the proposed budget that will be used to help sort of monitor the situation so we can open up the community center again for the theater patrons. So once that position is in place and we make some other adjustments, we'll be able to bring that usage back to the community center.
Thank you, Director O'Kane. Last one is a question from a member of the public. On the May 9th presentation, it showed under deleted fees, 3 Office of Transportation employee parking permit fees deleted. Can you kind of quickly let me know what those are?
Sure. Philip, okay. Philip, are you on the line? Thank you. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mayor. Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official. Hang on, just let me pull up those fees really quickly. The 3 deleted fees, those were actually fees that we haven't used for a while, so just cleaning that up. But those were used to be that we had daily employee RPP permit fees. But those were actually eliminated as we shifted to a system of a RPP employee permits. We were limiting how many employee permits we had in the RPPs. This is in contrast to the daily garage and lot permit parking fees, where we allow and we're trying to encourage the parking to occur. So these are the 3 permit fees that were eliminated are downtown daily employee parking permits, Mayfield RPP daily parking permits, and Southgate RPP daily employee parking permits.
Thank you.
Answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I am going to be able to relay it to the member of the public. In the colorful placemat, I don't know what it's called, but attachment A, in the yellow part where it has community health and safety, under mental and physical health and belonging, at the very last one, it says increase support and funding for youth mental health. Who would be the recipients for that?
Director O'Kane, I think, can help us with that.
Oh, and it's through the Community Services Department. Okay.
Did you want more information, Mayor Koo?
Sure.
On the proposal? Sure. So we don't necessarily have an identified plan for usage of those funds. We've thought about different things similar to like a HISREP grant process specifically for youth mental health, providing funding directly to teens who might be able to do some programming or events. So we're still contemplating where those funds might go. We want to be very thoughtful about how we use the funds. So there will be more to come on that, and we can certainly report back to council on any progress we make.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I also want to thank Chief Blackshire for his answer about my question about ambulance at Station 4. So I appreciate that. It's mostly personnel, right? In order to use the engine. But I would hope that, as we move forward, that that we do have each of those stations watered. I hope I used the term correctly. But anyways, thank you. And Councilmember Lifcock-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify. I appreciate Councilmember Tanaka, your concern about the unfunded pension liability. I just want to be super clear that the CalPERS amount is budgeted, and then our Section 115 amount is budgeted, which is the city's decision to pay an additional amount beyond what CalPERS has projected, because we know that they've under projected. And so nobody is taking away from our commitment to funding our pension liability. It is fully funded. The commitment the city made some years ago to get us out of this mess other cities are in, that proceeds apace. We're not doing anything to undo that. Is that accurate, Ms. Nozay?
It is accurate for the normal cost calculation, yes. Another tenet of the proactive funding policy, though, does identify this alternative funding mechanism, the savings, to contribute any surplus funds. And so that
can be used towards obviously both one, meeting the normal cost needs as well as paying down the UAL. So just to get a little bit in the weeds, two aspects of our pensions, the normal cost and the UAL. Normal cost is your, what does it cost to pay for these benefits day by day moving forward? Your pay-go costs, and your UAL is kind of like a mortgage. It's set. You have this liability and you pay an annual fee or your monthly mortgage. And as the interest rates go up or down, your mortgage payment changes. The UAL, we have not dealt with in a systemic way. In our pension funding policy, we've dealt with the normal cost because it is more important, as former Councilmember Phil Seth, former Mayor Phil Seth says, do not underfund the normal cost, which means don't dig the hole any bigger. But it also doesn't mean that we have necessarily dealt with the hole we've already dug. So that's, something that we will continue to work towards. But we are talking significant dollars, so we are not pulling away from the normal cost. That's why we have multiple tenants in the policy, I should say. Sorry for the digression.
Thank you. Let's go to members of the public for their comments. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Aram James, followed by Jill Asher.
So, Councilmember Tanaka, thank you. But I think maybe somebody's beating around the bush. I'd like to know the hole that we've dug overall. I mean, it's great that we're paying the pension as it goes along, as it accrues. But what is it? 100 million, 200 million? What does Palo Alto owe PERS to get us whole on that? So that's a question. Update. This is from a publication called the California Globe, dated May 20th. Police, a bill to end the use of K-9 units, also known as police units involving trained police dogs in many criminal situations, was passed by the Assembly Appropriations Committee this week, albeit in a heavily amended form and with a growing number of lawmakers opposing it. We all knew this. The what I call is the slave catcher constituents, the direct descendants of slave catchers, the white officers mostly, who want to hang on to being able to bite Black people disproportionately. And, Bender doesn't want to talk about it. And I heard you all say something about the budget numbers. I was gone for a week. I haven't looked at that. Maybe somebody could fill me in, but you're going to also be restrained by whatever passes, and maybe nothing will pass this year, but there's a huge amount of public awareness that's growing about the danger of these canines, and we're shutting our eyes to it. I loved Dave Price's cartoon on May 8th. Let you use the damn canines for finding lost kids and bombs and illegal drugs, but no for biting human beings. And that's as Councilmember Vinker so eloquently put it. This budget is a statement of our values. And are we going to say we're going to violate the Nuremberg principles that we knew or should have known that these dogs kill disproportionately the vulnerable and people of color, and just close our eyes? Maybe so. You guys are going to have to decide that. But I sure as hell am going to continue to fight, no matter how many years it is, to get that there. Greg, another comment that you made about Life Moves, they were wonderful when they were here talking about what they could do for Palo Alto. But as you saw in the Palo Alto Weekly, the same management people didn't want to respond to questions. So thank you for looking at the Life Moves. On the PERT issue, it's illusory. You're not going to get, they're going to talk about how they want to recruit people, but if you're going to have a rookie cop making $120,000 next to a social worker who's paid $50,000 and can't live in the area, it's great to talk about it, but it's not ever going to really happen. So I hope that you'll look at that issue as well. And I'm out of time, so thank you.
Our next speaker is Jill Asher, followed by our final speaker, John Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor Ku and council members Burt, Lithgott Hames, Yinker, Stone, Lowing, and Tanaka. My name is Jill Asher. I'm a 20-year plus now Palo Alto resident. I'm the co-founder of the Magical Bridge Foundation. I'm the former president of the Palo Alto Menlo Park Parents Club. And tonight I'm here to speak as a proud board member of the Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. On behalf of the Art Center Foundation, please note how appreciative we are for the championship of the Palo Alto Art Center, a beloved community asset. And the Art Center serves the creative needs of over 120,000 residents and neighboring community members every year. Chances are you, your family members, your neighbors have profoundly benefited from this community jewel and, dare I say, magical space. The Art Center is currently under consideration for Tier 2 funding, and on behalf of the board, we would like to request the allocated $113,000 for 2 specific areas. The first is a 0.75 FTE program assistant, a PA1, and then $30,000 in temporary hourly installation staffing to support the Art Center. This urgent funding will allow us to restore pre-pandemic public open hours, provide exhibition access to the public on Sundays, especially important for upcoming Boom Oaxaca exhibition in the fall of 2023, when we'll have a significant number of Latinx families and community members attending. It will allow us to host revenue-generating family workshops on Sundays that are in incredibly high demand. And this would also allow the Art Center to hire temporary employees for our exhibition installation. And currently, these are hired as foundation staff members, but they are installing artworks that are insured by the city of Palo Alto. And we feel the need to, we hope that you'll rectify this. I'm thankful for your time and allowing me to come here to speak, and it's nice to see everyone. So thank you.
Our final speaker is John Kelly.
Excuse me, Mayor Ku, Vice Mayor Stone, council members. Listening to this discussion, I'm incredibly impressed by the detail that seemingly all the members of the council have acquired concerning the ins and outs of the budget. As someone who doesn't understand the budget very well, and as someone who's tried to gain at least a little bit better understanding of it this year, I think you might be surprised at how few people in the community actually understand the big picture of what you're discussing tonight. So I just want to take a very layman's perspective or layperson's perspective on what's before the council tonight with regard to the budget. And I think, while I have a lot of respect for what you're doing, while I have a lot of respect for the work of the city staff, I think big picture, we need to be very careful, not only about this year's budget, but about future budgets. And I say that with some concern, because I do think, as Councilmember Tanaka was discussing, I think we as a country are entering a period of greater and greater financial uncertainty. And there's a point at which people, citizens, those who are paying taxes of one form or another, take a look and say, what is actually happening here? So I just want to tick off what I see as kind of some of the big picture numbers in all this, and perhaps raise a couple questions. If I understand what's happening, the budget's down a little bit from last year, but it's still close to $1 billion. If the census figures that I've looked at are slightly different, but if I accept the city's numbers of the estimated population next year being about $68,000, I get a number that's above $10,000 per capita that we're spending. I don't know what percentage of that is paid for by people who live in Palo Alto as opposed to taxes that are imposed on other people. But if I compare that with the census data that I'm looking at, where Palo Alto median household income is, probably, if we're adjusting it to the same year, is close to 200,000, and average per capita income is probably about 110,000. And I compare that with the numbers that are on page 39, it's really striking
The average salary and benefit for this budget are 274,000. And of that, the salary alone is 142,000. I think that when the people who work for our democratic institutions begin to earn significantly more money than the people who are ultimately paying for some of those expenditures.
Thank you. You are over your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring it back to council. Ms. Jose.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And just acknowledging the time, and you do have a closed session following this item. So just wanted to perhaps encourage the council to start talking about where consensus is. So, the broad question, move forward with the current tentative recommendations and the philosophies behind them, kind of see where you all are at. And then from there, perhaps whittle down what are the things that, everybody or there's general consensus on, yes, let's move that forward. I heard, almost every council member say there are things on this list that I would like to move forward. I just don't know if, I want to move forward all of them or what pieces of them. So perhaps starting with, do we want to make changes to this? Yes or no? And then if so, what are those changes? So we can help you through that as you move through. Just wanted to identify one last piece that was in the staff report to remind everybody that as we're moving through, staff did identify that there are options as you move through this. So, you always have the option to revisit some of these assumptions or some of these things in mid-year in 2024. So basically 6 months from now, or FY 2025. So we did, reminder that today's not the last time, or the FY 2024 adopted budget isn't the last time that you'll be able to allocate these funds. And then the second piece is, and perhaps this is something, if it is the consensus of the council, we as staff can either help the finance committee or help the council this evening on areas to pull back on, if that is something that you want to have that dialogue on. But again, I would start, do we want to make changes? Yes or no? And then kind of try and whittle from there in terms of giving your finance committee colleagues guidance.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager, for the guidance. I'm going to take Council Member Vinker's question or comments, as she had her light on even before we went to public comments, and she was kind to hold off. Council Member Vinker.
You're very kind, Mayor Koo, and thank you. And I'll try to morph my comments into your direction. But so I'll start off by saying that with respect to the specific tier 2 additions, I had lots of questions as I fly-specced table 2, but I will say that as I read the explanations following that chart, it answered virtually all of my questions. So I can spare you all those questions. And honestly, I was delighted to see that this budget is one that is now taking our fleet electric, that plans for sea level rise, that increases our human services allocation, that is starting the process for coordinated area plans that plan for communities, not just dwelling units, one that addresses youth. And honestly, I'm not sure how some of these are on the tier 2 optional list, because back to our values, I really believe that those items I just mentioned align with them, and that they're the values Palo Alto should aspire to and should live into. So I'm generally supportive of these. I'm happy to, if people have trouble with certain ones, I'm happy to entertain that. I trust the finance committee to look carefully at it. But I do think there is a threshold issue that kind of came up in our last round before the break. And that relates to the downtown housing plan activity that Director Late spoke about. I think we need to figure out what we do with that. That's that $500,000 number. I don't know whether we should ask the finance committee to go back and figure out where to make room for that. I don't know if Director Late should reconsider rejigger his budget request, but I think that's something we should address that would help, that's somewhat of a predicate to some of these other discussions. So I don't know if Director Late wants to address that, or who is the right person to address that.
Well, I think that, and Director Late, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Vinker, I think if that is a goal of this council to reevaluate or frankly continue the downtown housing project, making that known as the intention is, and I'll look to the finance committee chair, sufficient guidance, I think, from this council on it as a priority. So let's work together to figure out how to fund it. We as staff can probably work with the finance committee on what to prioritize or deprioritize or how to rejigger. If there is something I think easily identified by this council, take it off, defer it a year, sure, I think that's helpful feedback, but I wouldn't want precision to be the goal because I think it'll extend your evening. Finance committee chair, does that work for?
Yeah, I think that sort of guidance would be helpful. And the other way in which I think we should look at the tier 2 recommendations of the finance committee is something that staff had put in the report as an alternative, which is whether any of these items that we've recommended, we may want to put as for consideration under the mid-year budget review. Historically, that update was pretty perfunctory, but the last really 2 years, it's been more substantive. And so if we are looking at one that the finance committee has given what we think is a reasonable scenario whereby these items can be funded. And I do want to say that staff made that adjustment on the FY26 deficit. It's 7.3 at this point in time. And but in any event, I think it would be very helpful if out of that set of items on slide number 5, if that's the easiest way to look at it, and maybe we can even put that up on the screen. Are there any of those that staff thinks, or I mean, the council thinks that if push came to shove, would be ones that they would be willing to defer for consideration until the mid-year? That would be real helpful.
Yeah, and I'm happy to speak to that. I wanted to make one other general point, just responsive to some of the staff comments before the break about capacity, and I'm sensitive to that. But I also note that along, when we look at the table that's on pages 168 and 9, which is the budget, there are the staff additional recommended adjustments, which are primarily for staff. And I know that still, then there's management issues and it's still not simple to just expand and do things, but I do think that it's appropriate to consider that, but I think there's also, at least for me, a willingness to do that if that's what it takes to adjust some of these priorities. So I just wanted to note that I agree it would not be appropriate to ask you to do all of this additional stuff without additional resources, staff resources, but as my understanding is that's what we're seeing on this table. So I don't know, why don't I let others start with anything they want to say on slide 5 per Chair Burt's comment, and then I can come back because I've been speaking for a while, but thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that on the list, and this is where I'm getting to the detail aspect of things, I think we by definition have some things that are absolutely essential that we have to have. And then we have some things that are discretionary. And not everybody's going to agree on the definition times the individual thing. As Vice Mayor Stone said, there's something in here for everybody. And anything that we try to cut is going to make somebody mad up here and out in our city. And we know that. But we have to kind of do this prioritization every year. So when I look at what's on the list here, one of the things that, fortunately or unfortunately, I think is essential is some money to do some planning for all the housing that we have to put up. And it's been brought up in the context of all these 3 area plans that are out there. So it's also what I was referring to earlier when I asked the question of staff. Is there anything we should put in a plug number for that we don't know what it is yet? And this is it, as I think essentially Director Late commented on. So if we put in there, $500,000 for housing planning or area plans, then we can address the downtown one or others. We don't know if it's going to cost that or more. I'm hoping if this gets referred to the ad hoc committee on housing, which starts its life 10 days from tonight, that we'll be able to find some other ways to do some planning without spending millions of dollars. But if we don't put this in here now, we are risking maybe getting started on planning for 2 years and losing 2 years of our 8-year RENA cycle. That's dangerous relative to the penalties there. So I think we just have to step up to real planning in the 24 budget, and we have to have a plug number to do that. So that's kind of my first point, and something that I think is essential that was left out, which I'm starting to hear a bit of consensus around that. And then secondly, I think we should postpone about $1 million of budget to the mid-year and make those, whatever that's called, tier 3 or something. So commit to, yes, we should do that. But we just want to take another look at the economy. We want to take a look at the revenues coming in, et cetera. So what I would specifically propose is put in whatever the right number is, 500,000 for planning, and then trim out $1.5 million. So you have a net $1 million. And, I just look at things like tree removal for 400,000 for eucalyptus trees. I know that that's important, but it could probably wait a year. So that takes care of that. And I tick through some things like, I know we want to spend more money on his wrap, but maybe not right away. The HR administration person, the full-time person is going to be put in. I'm bullish, as you know, on getting the right situation there so we can hire, but maybe not in the first 6 months because we have to do the study first to see exactly what we need to do there to improve on the recruiting and so on. I mean, even we just heard from someone from the Art Center. If that got moved out for 6 months and some volunteers had to do the staffing there for another 6 months, that's more discretionary compared to some of these essential things. And then we have some other essential things like $900,000 for Coverly. There's just no way around that right now, as difficult as that is. So that would be my overall suggestion and approach. And again, in terms of the priorities that the Finance Committee has already done, I think it's just superb. The stuff that you've accomplished. I just think we should go a little bit more cautious for the first 6 months in the way described.
Councilmember Burt.
Lowing's comments made me realize one other thing that we want to just bear in mind is that there is a lag time between when we authorize positions and when we're able to fill them. And so ones that we authorize at this budget, we'd be in the process of filling them starting in July, and it can take up to 6 months.
Just have the start date be July 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, and similarly with the things that we authorize in the mid-year, if those are positions, there's going to be a lag time before those are filled too. But that gives us a little bit of the fudge. So, do we want to say that is part of what builds back in some conservatism in the budget, the fact that we recognize that and we don't really incorporate it. However we look at it, I just want to put that on the table.
Well, I think if we're going to do headcount as opposed to expenses, headcount or expenses, if we're going to delay it 6 months, then it would actually be, January 1st of 24.
Well, and the mid-year won't come in on January 1st. It's in typically February, early February if we're lucky.
Yeah, no, I hear you in terms of the timing though.
Can I add, we also have an extra million available to us if we decide to up the gas utility transfer tax from 15.5 to 18. We've held it at 15.5. But wouldn't we still be able to, if at mid-year we discover we're having difficulty, wouldn't we have access to that additional million?
No, you would need to adopt new rates at that point in time. So you would have to change utility rates midstream. And to generate that full million, you would have to actually, because you'll only have the rates in effect for say 5 months, you'd actually have to double it to get $1 million.
Okay, thanks. My bad.
No problem. And one thing I'll just, for the council, I appreciate you and the thought process of, what would go to mid-year versus what wouldn't. One thing just for us, perhaps as staff to work on with the finance committee is there are on this list of tentative actions, there are some that are already in flight and there are some that are flat new projects. And so it is likely that staff wouldn't even get to them until mid-year. So perhaps that can be something, if that's what the desire is, that we can help identify things that are brand new. And I just because it's smack here on my sheet, and I know it won't be popular, but regulating short-term rentals, that's a whole brand new initiative. Perhaps we don't start staffing that and dealing with it until mid-year when we have a better sense of where we're at.
That's a perfect example. It was on my list because of course, it's really important, but we're gonna have to ramp it up and staff is busy. So that would almost naturally get going in February. That's a perfect example.
Right. So also acknowledge that his colleague's memo and was direction to staff, but so don't want to be picking on one versus the other. But anyway, just wanted to provide that feedback so that the council didn't feel like you had to identify perhaps what would be delayed, that there may be natural breaks that staff can work with the finance committee to identify.
Okay, so Councilmember Finker.
I'm sorry, I was just going to try to answer the question from before, now that I'm trying to see this small print on this chart. So yes, I was just going to also suggest, ask about whether the short-term rentals could be pushed off, even though I support that very much. The eucalyptus trees, Councilmember Lowing, yes, that might be able to be pushed off as well. But I had a question on one of the larger items, and that is the zoning code update. And I was wondering if we could understand a little bit more about that and whether that's urgent, because perhaps that's something that could be pushed off.
Director Late.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for that question. It certainly could. And I, as I was trying to think, it's important to, I know a lot of us in the department, but also a lot of the folks that work with the zoning code to find it to be, to get it to be a simpler document to administer and understand what the requirements are. But we've been wanting this for a long time, and we're going to have a lot of changes to our code in the next year. So putting it off a year could be fine. It's the same amount that I had noted for the housing, downtown housing plan. And I'll also note that that zoning code probably does need some additional staff resources associated with it to get back to some of the comments that were included in the staff report. However, I do want to flag that, we call this a downtown housing plan, and it's to distinguish it from a coordinated area plan. And we are going to be working on the San Antonio concept plan hopefully with Cal Poly if that comes together. I do want to acknowledge that, one coordinated plan takes a lot of staff resources, and I have some concern about us tackling two at the same time with our resources, and not just the resources we have, but the vacancies that we have and our ability to bring on consultants. So all of this is just, to say that there's a lot of factors that go into what we can get done when. And, but in terms of the specific question about dollar for dollar, that's certainly one that I would flag for your consideration as well.
Well, thank you for that, Director Late. And I certainly appreciate your concern because I know you want us not just to do these plans, but do them well. But please do know that to the extent that we can provide resources for that, please identify them and we'll see if we can. But I also understand that, with vacancies, sometimes it's easier to say, here's a budget item, but then to actually fill it with the right person can be a challenge. So I appreciate that concern. I just really want to try to see how much progress we can make on these plans, just because we, as Councilmember Lowing said, we're on a clock and we want to do it well. So to the extent we can be supportive, I'd like to be. But on that zoning code update, I guess I don't understand exactly what that is. Can you just tell me more specifically? Is it just out of date from what we've already decided, or what's the issue there?
So we're looking at just redoing it from start to finish. I mean, the standards would stay the same, right? We're not looking to make wholesale changes to new development standards, but we have, it's been amended so many times over the years, and there's so many, one-off, set of regulations to deal with a particular issue. We wanted to see if we can simplify the set of regulations that we have, organize them in something that's a little bit more contemporary, use more graphics to illustrate complex topics. So really just kind of improve the administration and readability of it without making a lot of major changes to the development standards, because council has not given us the policy direction to do that. But there will likely be, through the course of that exercise, a need to talk to the Planning Commission and council about some ways to maybe make some changes to the way that we apply some of our rules and regulations now. So to make things simpler, we may have to make some changes, of course, to the standards that we have in place.
Thank you, Director Late, for that explanation. Thank you, Mayor Ku.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I wasn't going to bring it up since I already lost on this two or three times, but just as a reminder, we do have the option on the gas equity transfer to do the 15.5% to do the 18%. Gives us an additional $1 million in revenue to play with. And if I recall correctly, that translates to about 60 cents for your average, for the average customer.
I would need to check with our utilities director on that number, but I think it's in the right realm.
That is correct, Vice Mayor Stone. 60 cents will for a 1% increase to cover that $1 million.
Okay, thanks. So just wanted to put that back on the table one last time.
Okay, with that, Ms. Nozay, so can you guide us along? We can go ahead and.
I would suggest, Mayor, that you start taking straw polls. So either identifying that this is the way you want to move forward, yes or no. So prioritizing the downtown plan, yes or no. Or do you want to, would you be interested as a body for the Finance Committee to adjust this list, perhaps deferring some for a revisit at mid-year? And appreciate Councilmember Lowing's suggestion. I think if you were to provide the Finance Committee with a dollar value, or help each other with areas, we can work through the details between the committee and staff on Tuesday.
Thank you. Okay, it lit up all over again. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at straw votes, the first one should be along the lines of what Councilmember Lowing had suggested, which is, do we want to put a designated dollar amount that you're asking the Finance Committee to look to put into mid-year consideration as opposed to in this budget? And connected with that is, do we want to add the downtown housing expense? So that would be a 1.5 million delta.
Councilmember Lowing. Oh.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to propose, because I think that's easier for all of us to manage, including the Finance Committee. And we don't even necessarily have to give them all of our ideas tonight. We've given a number of them, and I think it'd be just more efficient that way.
So why
And
don't
those
we-
two items could even be separate if we wanted to vote on them separately. The $1.5 million with a $500,000 coming in for some sort of area planning.
So why don't we take that straw poll now? What is the designated amount? 1.5?
Well, 1.5 million is the designated amount. You want to just stop there? Or you want me to add the 500,000?
That's for the downtown plan, right?
Yeah,
No, let's keep it separate.
My original concept was to end up with $1 million more conservative, I'll put it that way, at the end of the process. Not
So-
$1.5 million. So that's why
So cut the list by $1 million.
what's that?
Sorry, to cut the list by $1 million, the tier 2 list by $1 million?
Net 1 million.
Okay.
Net
Cut
1
or
mil-
defer to mid-year, which,
What's that?
cut or defer to mid-year?
Yeah, I mean,
Refer to-
exactly. Refer to the mid-year.
And when you say net,
Net of any additions and deletions, as we add things into the list that's there, take some off, the net number with all the adds and deletes would be $1 million less until mid-year.
okay, so let's do the straw vote.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Actually, do we talk about this first or we just vote? How does that work? Does that put my light on?
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Oh, usually, people, we talk about our vote, right? And so I had my light on, but
Oh,
are we just voting and no discussion?
okay, so this is a straw vote only, so if you'd like to further discuss, let's just hold the votes and hear on this particular topic, right? Okay, thank you. You want to go ahead and?
Yeah. Is how much is the whole, right? And there used to be a really great website called the Stanford Pension Tracker, but they ran out of funding, so it's no longer up. But the last number, at least from the Palo Alto Daily, that was published in terms of how much pension are owed, is $476 million. So that works out to be about $7,000 per every single person in the city, every man, woman, child, baby, everyone would basically owe that much money. And, I know that 60 cents may not seem like a lot. It's not just 60 cents per person, right? It's 60 cents for the rate. But I think, through my office, I still have people very concerned about the utility rates. Not everyone in our city is rich, so I think we should be sensitive to that. Some people are barely here. And I actually really do appreciate Councilman Lowing's proposal to do $1 million lower, but I almost feel like we should do it in reverse. I feel like we should have about $1 million versus just lower this about $1 million. So in general, I support the direction, but I think it doesn't go far enough for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue our straw vote.
so we can actually take this vote by raise of hands.
Okay, all in favor?
All in favor, but Councilmember Tanaka?
I think we should go further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the second one to vote on is whether we have the downtown.
I think an
plan.
essential expense that we have to incur in the next year is something for housing planning, just because of the clock ticking. So my proposal was consistent with what Director Late outlined, and we can figure out where it gets applied later at 500,000.
Any discussion? All in favor? So what else is there?
It's really up to the council and chair if
Councilmember
you feel
Byrd?
you need any more feedback.
Yeah, it really comes down to among those items that are on the table that we've been looking at, are there any other either comments or straw votes that people want to recommend? And maybe we don't do the vote, we just, are there any other remaining comments to give the committee any additional guidance on the inclinations of the council?
Councilmember Vinker?
I was just going to ask the Assistant City Manager if we did know the size of the pension hole from your perspective. You gave me the number from the Palo Alto Weekly, and I just want to know if they agree.
Sure. In 2021, it is 392 million. In 2022, it's estimated to be 528 million. You can imagine there's a big swing because of the gains and then losses in the investment returns. So that kind of swing is going to happen as the stock markets change.
Thank you.
So any further instructions to the Finance Committee? Oh, Councilmember Byrd?
Well, I can just toss out some of the ones that I was struggling with if we were to, when we struggle with the direction the council just gave. And these aren't necessarily what will be the consensus of the committee or the council, but let me just put them out there. One was the new therapeutics recreation program. Another was the start time, when we would commence the zoning update. We already heard that one. Another is the bird safety glass. These are all not things we're dropping. They're just whether we would potentially defer them to a mid-year budget update, assuming that we have funds at that time. And short-term rentals I heard discussed. There's a new fire utility task vehicle. I heard the eucalyptus tree removal, and then I had down the sea level rise and adaptation plan, which I see a shaking of a head. It's not, once again, these are not necessarily things that we don't think are important, but how urgent are they? So anyway, those were ones that I had just noted as perspective areas to focus on, but not limiting to that.
Councilmember Vinker?
If you're seeking feedback, I agree with your list. But for the last one, and I know it's just a delay, my preference would be to get going because I think it's one of those things that takes a long time. That's just my views. Thank you.
And if I'm going through your list, with all of the development coming forward, I do think that bird safe glass is something that we need to start looking at. These developments are rather large. And then also on the fire utility task vehicle, this is for, if I understand correctly, tough terrain, right? And we don't have one of those, especially a lot of the tough terrain is where the fire potential could be. So those are the two that I would go forward in asking to keep those. I don't see any more lights. Do we need to talk about the parking lot items?
Only if you need to add them back into the balancing strategy. But if they are okay where they are, no need to discuss.
Okay, they're okay where they are. I don't see any lights or anybody saying anything different. Do you have enough instructions?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Council, for your extensive discussion on this and muddling through.
Okay,
It's a lot of information and a lot of detail. So we appreciate you were sticking with it and giving us this
No,
feedback.
thank you for staff, all the work that you guys are doing, and to Finance Committee. So we close study session for the FY 2024 operating and capital budget. Go to consent calendar. Any public comments?
Our first request to speak is Aram James. You should be able to unmute.
My comments are not in reference to the consent calendar, but to the next matter that's going closed session regarding Yes in Our Backyard. So you tell me.
We will have time for that. Right now, we'll focus on the consent item.
That's fine. I just wanted to, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
We have no other requests to speak on this consent calendar.
Very good, thank you. I would like to register a no vote on 8. Any other? No more lights. So I'll take a motion to approve the consent. Councilmember Lowing,
Move the consent calendar.
Second.
thank you. Councilmember Lowing moved the consent to approve the consent with Vice Mayor Stone seconding.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion passed for items 5 through 7, 7-0. Motion passed for item 8, 6-1, and motion passed for items 9 through 10, 7-0.
Thank you. I'll speak to my no vote. This is on the interim parking, the parklet program. I voted no when the vote was before council. I'm just restating my no vote, and just to say that this program, it's been extended again, and it's really placing merchants, especially small businesses, in a sort of limbo, and it's rather unfair to them. California Avenue it's a mess with tents expanded and extended, and there's no enforcement. And this is the use of public space, and the public space is being used is basically free at this time. So really bring back some order to these areas. Thank you. And now we go to closed session, and we'll take our closed session is a conference with our city attorney on existing litigation, and the subject is Yes in My Backyard, Yimby et al. Versus City of Palo Alto. If there's any public comments, we'll take it now.
Our first speaker is Bill Ross, followed by Aram James.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I would hope that you have extensive due diligence on this litigation from your staff, and I hope you continue to vigorously oppose the allegations in this petition. This petition was preceded by a form letter dated December 16th, which I'm holding up, which literally dozens of local agencies received in the Bay Area, regardless of whether they met the 5th cycle RENA, regardless of whether they had evidence that they would meet the 6th cycle RENA, regardless of whether officials in HCD had said that the timeframes were flexible and that they could comply without regard to what was stated in the government code. The last page of this form letter is basically an extortion letter. You know, please sign this. We promise not to sue you. I would certainly hope that the matter before you tonight is not for purposes of a settlement, monetary, to terminate this litigation. It should require more in terms of standing to advance litigation like this than it is our mission to enforce affordable housing law in California. The 3 signatories to this letter were invited by several city managers to come and investigate issues about how affordable housing was to be met, yet they refused, indicating that they were too busy with the litigation. Is this a common boilerplate piece of litigation? It's almost identical to one filed in Cupertino, with the exception of Palo Alto's substituted for Cupertino. It's identical to one filed in Pinole in Contra Costa County. It's identical to one filed in Belvedere in Marin County. This type of form litigation, and it doesn't say that they participated in any way in trying to achieve affordable housing in the city. Is the exhaustion doctrine applicable? I don't know, because this is a legislative action primarily that are required in the statute. They didn't do it. This is the type of litigation that you should spend public money on. It's a policy lawsuit. These arguments should be made to the legislature, not in a court, and not with a city and we may differ about what's in the housing element. But I think with certainty, you can say you're engaging in good faith to get a housing element that complies with the law. This type of holdup litigation should be opposed, and I hope that's the direction you give to your city attorney.
Our next speaker is Aram James.
Okay, so I know Bill Ross to be an attorney with a tremendous amount of integrity, so I think that it makes sense to listen to him carefully. For all the lawyers and former lawyers on the city council and anybody else that happens to subscribe to the paper and City Attorney Molly Stump, I wanted to draw your attention to a piece in Monday, May 15th, San Francisco Daily Journal. That's the, I could also say LA Daily Journal, goes out to the lawyers. So at least I get it five days a week, along with advance sheets and all that stuff. Title $3.5 million fee approved for lawyers who sued Huntington Beach. I'm just going to read a little bit of the article. Huntington Beach's legal battles over affordable housing took another turn when a 4th District Court of Appeals panel unanimously affirmed a $3.5 million attorney fee award to affordable housing advocacy organization that sued the city, alleging fair housing law violations. And this went up and down in the appellate courts, and eventually they affirmed the payment with a 1.4 enhancer for the quality of representation and the difficulty of the case. Of course, if it's, as Bill Ross represents, nothing but a boilerplate litigation to coerce, blackmail the city out of money, then, so be it. On the other hand, if this is a serious group of lawyers, it's not just up to, the kind of behavior that leads to disbarment, then, take it seriously and let's not spend more of the city monies than should be. And I would also say, I think there was, Joe Simidian talking about, when these judgments for more than $1 million, and we were paying them, there really should be transparency on those so that the people know, the citizens know about that. And I think we overuse these closed sessions. So, I really would like to see you all exercise, and City Attorney Stump, you're the one that can answer this, more discretion in making labor negotiations. Again, I think the assistant city manager said somewhere in $500 million hole to PERS. And so when we're negotiating these, $500,000 and $600,000 packages to, the city manager that I have, questionable questions about him all the time, police chief, all the other folks that are making hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and saying they love the city, well, they're digging that hole deeper. So anyway, transparency on these things and when we negotiate with labor groups. Thank you.
Our final speaker is a mobile caller with a phone number ending in 603.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Terry Holzmer. I wanted to call in because I don't know the details of this lawsuit, but I would like to urge the council to vigorously defend the work of the citizens, the Palo Altans, who spent many, many months developing city approved just a few weeks ago. I think it's time for Palo Alto to stand up and say that if these frivolous lawsuits come along, we need to be willing to defend ourselves and countersue if necessary. I think it's time that the state, who has unfunded mandates on housing, needs to understand that we as a city are doing everything we possibly can to create more housing. But as a long colleague of mine once said, cities don't build housing, developers do. And we need to try to figure out ways, of course, to develop housing which makes sense for the people that truly need it, the people who need affordable housing. So I would just like to say it's long overdue to fight these lawsuits and to defend what we've already done, especially in our new housing development plan. Okay, thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go into a closed session.
Do we need to vote?
Oh, yes. We need a vote.
I move we go into closed session.
Second.
I thought the motion was already made. Did we make a motion already?
No.
No, okay. So Councilmember Vinker moves to go into closed session. Second,
Second.
Yeah.
you did. Oh, Councilmember Lifecut-Hames.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
motion carries.
thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay around. Yeah. So the plan is to we assume there's gonna be no reportable action most likely, and then we'll adjourn. Right. So, oh, sorry.
Okay, we've returned from closed session and there's nothing to report and meeting adjourned. Mahia, thank you.